Judging the E.H. Mattingly National Monadale Show today is Jeff Rapaski from Lonsdale, Minnesota. Jeff is a full-time farmer, and he's the owner of Northern Star Livestock Service, where they run around 500 ewes. He's been on the Southdown board for several years, and he's judged several state and national shows. Judging the Shetlands this morning is John Merlau from New Palestine, Indiana. John is an attorney at law by trade, and he's also a Corriedale and natural colored breeder and has been for many, many years. Let's welcome both Jeff and John to your shows this morning.
Good morning. An honor to judge your National Monadale Show. I only got a single entry out here for the Yearling buck class. The buck that runs uphill, he's real nice, and he's top line. He's super straight down that. He gets it, when you get your hands on him, he's really lengthy, or he's really long from his 13th rib back. Comes out in a nice square level hip. Buck is real nice about his head and his breed type. An awful nice individual to start the day off.
Placing on the Yearling Ram class for the Monadale Show. First place goes to entry number 1, Miller 21-683, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota.
And here in our senior buck lamb class, another single entry, a buck that's really stout made on his bone work, a buck that gets out, takes a nice enough stride for me today, a buck that if I'd like to change him anywhere, I'd like to sure drop him in his loin a little bit when he gets around the ring in motion, but a buck that's really, like I said, he's really big-footed and sound on his feet, a buck that is nice in his breed type. I'd like to give him a little more hair coat for me today, but another nice individual for a single entry.
Placing on the class of senior Ram Lambs for the Monadale's first place goes to entry 2, Jacobson 22-02, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. Now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram for the Monadales.
for me today. I'm going to stick with my yearling buck for my senior champion buck. A buck that's really straight down his top. A buck that runs uphill and he's really extended up through his front end. I really like the head on this buck, and he's breed type. A buck that gets around the ring a little better for me today. For your reserve senior champion, we'll come back to the fall buck.
Our senior champion ram for the Monadale show goes to our first place yearling ram, Miller 21683, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. Reserve senior champion to our senior ram lamb class winner, entry number 2, Jacobson 22-02, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Now ready for January ram lambs.
Buck I'm going to lead off with. I think he just hits around the ring for me a whole lot better when you put him into motion. A buck is super straight down his top line again. A buck is, for me, he's a little darker about his points than the buck we got in second. The buck in second, maybe a little longer sided. Buck percent's a little bit longer when you get your hands on him. For me today, I sure got to change him when you put him into motion. Get him relaxing his top line more to get around the buck we start the class with.
Placing on the class of January ram lambs for the Monadale show. First place goes to entry number 7, Patterson 2203, Katie Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. Second place to entry number 5, 3J Coors 1013, Kelsey Patterson, Farmington, Illinois.
Well, we've got a nice class of yearling rams to start our Shetland show with. We're going to start with a ram. I think that there's a few things I would like to change on it. He's got a beautiful fleece. He is just a little bit different in grade up on the front shoulders on it, but he handles good down that top line. Our second ram has a very uniform fleece. It doesn't have quite the definition in it as some of our rams, but he certainly does handle good down through there. You have to appreciate the breed type on these two, and I think very nice yearling rams to start with. Have a little smaller package here, but a very nice fleece ram. A little shorter fleece, which is neither here nor there. Walks out very good on those feet and legs. Same thing in our fourth ram on it, and we get from here we get a couple, 2 or 3 down here that I'd really like to use the fourth ram higher, but he's just not strong enough behind those shoulders, I think, to get up over top 3. Then we got another smaller ram, very nice fleece kind of ram, walks out very good, giving up a little any size and scale. And then we've got a couple that the fleeces just don't, they're nice fleeces, but they just don't have quite that luster and character to come up any more higher with some of these other rams on it. But very nice, usable rams all through the class.
Over here on our February Monadale bucks. The buck I'm going to elect to start with, I think, is the bucket. For me today, he just stands on a whole lot more substance of bone, and when you get him around the ring, he tracks better. He's freer moving. A buck for me, he's just a pretty logical first. I like the way he's designed up through his front end. You get over top of him, there's a lot of mass in this buck. Would I like to change him just a nickel when you get him into motion in his top line? I sure would, but I just think there's way too much of him today to get him beat. The buck in second, really pretty buck from the profile. He's super straight in his top line. When you get him into motion, he stays straight. For me today, he lightens up in his bone work a little for me. When you get him into motion, he don't stay as true and doesn't stay near as true in his rear legs as the buck that we start the class with. The buck comes in next in line in third is a buck that, for me, I just need to change him a whole lot about his front pasterns. A buck that when you get your hands on him, he pinches in his right through behind his shoulders. I'd like to sure straighten him up in his top line to get him up any higher today. Then we round out the class with a buck that, another buck that when you get your hands on him, he's just not near as much muscling and a stoutness compared to the 3 contemporaries above him. A buck that we just need to change him a little bit off of both ends to get him any higher today.
Results from the Yearling Ram class for the Shetland show. First place goes to entry number 6, Liberty Acres, Eugene. Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to entry number 3, Liberty Acres, Cardinal. Also Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry number 4, Mackenzie Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. 4 to entry number 1, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to entry number 7, M&M Wonder Pets, Mackenzie and Madison Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. 6th place to entry 5, The Good Shepherd, Whitestown, Indiana. And 7 to entry number 2, Olivia, Mackenzie, and Parker Glenn Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. Placing on the class of February and later Ram Lambs for the Monadale show. First to entry number 9, Miller, 22417, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. Second to entry 11, Ryan Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, with Miller, 22406. Third place to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And fourth to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio, on entry 14.
Okay, we just had the 2 in our senior Ram class. I think we got a ram that wins the class pretty easily with his size and scale. He's very uniform in that fleece, and he walks out good on his feet and legs. Second ram, another nice fleece ram. Today he's just given up any size and scale and structure to get around our first ram, but 2 very nice representations and got beautiful breed character for the Shetlands.
Placing on the Shetland Senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 8, Liberty Acres, Parker, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to entry number 9, Cap 77. Snack Size Sheep, Cecilia Parsons, Ducor, California. Placing on the Monadale pair of Ram Lambs class, first place goes to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
What I got here for our junior champion Monadale buck. I think the buck I like the best is going to be our early buck. A buck that's really long-bodied, sided. A buck when you get your hands on him, he's extremely long from his 13th rib back. A buck when you get him into motion, he gets out and he moves. I think he holds he's a little bit better in his shoulder. The way it lays and designs, he's a little better in his chest floor than our February buck. Your February buck, he'll be your reserve buck. Reserve junior champion buck, a buck that is, I'll grant he's got a little added more muscle, a little thicker down his top line out through his hip, but a buck that I just need to change him a little bit in that lower shoulder when we compared to the buck we win the deal with.
Our junior champion Monadale goes to entry number 7 out of the January class, Patterson 2203, Katie Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. The reserve junior champion, entry number 9, our first place winner from the February and later Ram Lambs, Miller 22417, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota.
Let's give the Monadale these Monadale exhibitors a nice round for, it wasn't a real big buck show, but I thought the upper end was really nice quality bucks. For me, it's pretty cut and dried. I'm going to use your senior champion buck. I just really like this buck far as the amount of substance he stands on his bone work. A buck that when you get up over top of him, He's really round in his rib cage. He's got plenty of muscle working down his top and up through that hip area. A buck that when you get him into motion, he also stays really true. And then for a reserve, we're going to come back and use your junior champion buck.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Monadale show is entry number 1, the Yearling Ram. Our Senior Champion Ram, Miller 21-683, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. And that exhibitor receives the E.H. Mattingly Trophy, a trophy given in recognition of a lifetime of service in the founding and developing of the Monadale breed. The reserve Grand Champion was entry 7, our Junior Champion. Out of the January Ram Lamb class, Patterson 2203, Katie Patterson, Farmington, Illinois.
In our junior rams, we've got some nice rams out here. We're going to go with what I definitely think is the most complete ram as far as that's just got a beautiful uniform fleece with luster. He handles very strong down that top and behind the shoulders and walks out good in the feet and legs. I admire the second ram as far as his size and frame. I'd like to make him maybe a little stronger behind those shoulders. He too has a very lustrous fleece. It does kind of tail a little bit for me down in that britch area. And we got a lamb that's got a lot of luster in that fleece, giving up a little size and scale. And we got the younger lamb here, and I know there's some age difference on it. It's going to come along probably as a yearling. Very nice, soft, lustrous fleece. Just doesn't have the size and scale today to come up with our top 3.
Placing on the early spring Ram Lamb class for the Shetlands, first place goes to entry number 13, Sapphire 0697, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Second to entry 11, Liberty Acres Chico, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third place to entry 10, Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 4 to entry 12, Elise Koning, Bloomingdale, Indiana.
and our late junior rams. We've just got a whale of a nice set of lambs. We're going to start with, again, what I consider the most complete lamb in the class. A lamb, if I was going to change him at all, he does vary a little bit in that grade, but he's just got a beautiful fleece with a luster to it. He's a little stronger, and he's crimped right up on the shoulders than he is as he goes back, but that's not that unusual. The little lamb in second, just a very beautiful fleeced uniform lamb, has that luster and feel to it. He walks out good, and I think he just fits in pretty well on it. And then we get our three lambs that they're all nice fleeces. They don't have quite the character to them, I don't think, as our first two. And our lamb down here is a little, doesn't carry a strength down that top that I'd like to see to come up any higher. We've still got some nice fleeces down through here. They don't have quite the character when it jumps out to you, but they're uniform and they're very usable kind of lambs.
We're on the Yearling Ewe side. I'm not going to, kind of sorry for taking a little more time. I'm going to be honest, there isn't one that just really jumped out and said, hey, I'm here, come get me. The Yearling Ewe I'm going to use, I think she is by far the roundest in her body makeup. She is by far the biggest and thickest down her top when you get up over top of her. I also believe when you put this ewe into motion, she is the easiest in her stride and flexes and far as gets out and moves and take the longest step. This is her. I like her up through her front end. Her shoulder lays nice. She's really, really pretty headed. I just think she's my logical choice for today to win this. The ewe in second is a ewe that I really like when she's propped up and on the side. You get this ewe in motion. She stays flat in her top line. I actually like her better than the ewe we start with as far as her rear leg and as far as when she goes into motion. When you get in behind her, she wants to get pretty squirrely on her back wheels and in that hock area. She gets a little plainer in her front third of her body. When you get her into motion, she wants to drop her chest floor out of her quite a bit, get a lot deeper than the ewe we win the class with. For me, she's got to stand second. The longest bodied ewe is in third here. Another big, stout-bodied ewe, a broody ewe, a ewe that stands on a tremendous amount of feet and bone and substance. A ewe that when I get her into motion, I just need to change her rear leg set. When she goes, she gets pretty posty off her back legs for me today to get her up any higher today. Then we come into the fourth ewe, another real big round-bodied ewe that shortens up compared to her contemporaries in front of her. A ewe that gets a little plainer up through her front third of her body. When you get her into motion, she maybe just gets a little higher in her spine. For me, I'd like to sure change that about her to get her up any higher today. Then we round out the class of yearling ewes with Another Ewes standing on a really big foot, bone substance. Ewes nice about her breed type. I like her up through her front end, the way her shoulder lays. When I get her into motion, I just got to change the way she travels for me today to get her up any higher in class. Nice class of yearling Ewes.
For the late spring Ram class for the Shetlands, first place went to entry 19, Liberty Acres, Elgin. Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 16, Folks Family Hero, Parker Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. Third place to entry 20, Madison Bialk, Whitestown, Indiana. 4 to entry 21, Evelyn McKenzie and Parker Madison, MIB, Whitestown, Indiana. 5 to entry 15, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 6 to entry 17, Evelyn McKenzie and Parker Madison, MIB, Whitestown, Indiana. 7 to 14, Snack Size Sheep, Cecilia Parsons, Ducor, California. And 8 to entry 22, Mackenzie and Parker Madison and Evelyn, IBM, Whitestown, Indiana. 9th place to entry 18, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Yearling Ewe class for the Monadales, first place to entry 20, Rhodes 2133, My Monadales, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. Second place to entry number 15, Smith 2112, Ethan Smith, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place to entry 3, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Fourth place to entry 19, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 5 to entry 4, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Sixth place to 17, My Monadales, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. Seventh place to entry 21, Jared Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Eighth place to entry 22, Clearview Farm, Joe and Scott Vivian, Amboy, Illinois. 9 to entry number 23, Madison Burks, Bloomington, Indiana. And 10 to 18, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Shetland show, first place goes to Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third, Parker Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. Fourth place to Evelyn Maines. And fifth place to Snack Size Sheep, Cecilia Parsons, Ducor, California.
On the 6-year Monadale Yearling Ewe class, I'm going to win with. In my mind, she wins this deal pretty easily. she's really round in her body and her cage. She's got some swoop and volume to her belly. When you get up over top of her, she's real true and straight down her top and gets into a big, thick loin. When you get her in motion, that's where she just blows this class away. She gets out and takes a long stride. She stays really true in her hock, stays really fluid in her movement. I just think she wins this pretty easily. A real big, excuse me, a bigger statue ewe here in second. Another ewe is really nice in her body cavity, round. I'd like to sure just change her in her top line a little bit. And where I got to keep her in second today is when I put her in motion, I sure got to change her at the ground to get her above the one that we win the class with. Then we come into a pair of ewes next, just lighten up, not near as much body capacity to them, not as near as round in their cage compared to the two that stand right above them. We just need to give them more stoutness and muscle to get them up any higher in class today.
Well, we had a nice ram show in our Shetlands, and I think we've got some individuals out here that I obviously liked, or they wouldn't have been first or second in their class. To me, we've got a pretty easy champion, and that's going to be your Yearling Ram. I just like this ram as soon as they walked him out on it. I said what the things I didn't like. They haven't made a perfect sheep, just like they haven't made any of us perfect humans on it. But I think he's certainly complete. He's a big, stout ram. He's got a very nice fleece with a lot of luster. Much, much closer for our reserve. We're going to come down here and we're going to use our late spring ram lamb. This is just a beautiful fleeced lamb. He carries out good. He's strong enough behind those shoulders. He's just the kind that I think, along with these others, are going to make really nice yearlings. But I really appreciate that fleece on this ram, and he's going to be your reserve champion.
For our Shetland show, our champion ram goes to entry number 6, our Yearling Ram class winner, Liberty Acres, Eugene, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Reserve champion goes to the late spring Ram Lamb class winner, entry 19, Liberty Acres, Elgin, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Placing on the class of slick-sheared yearling ewes for the Monadale show, first place goes to entry 25, Sims Reisner 707, J.W. Sims Reisner of Albion, Illinois. Second place to entry 29, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson 21-18. Third place to Ryan Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, entry 27. And fourth to entry 26, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the class of pair yearling ewes for the Monadale show, first place goes to My Monadale's Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. Second to Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. And third to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
fall ewe lamb. The ewe lamb I'm going to start with, extremely long body. I really like the way she stays in her chest floor when you get her into motion. This ewe lamb just super goosey, extended up through her front end, straight down her top, real nice outer hip. For me today, I think she wins this class fairly handily. We come into second, a little rounder bodied ewe lamb. She shortens up quite a bit compared to our class winner. Ewe lamb, when I get them into motion, I dislike to change her the way she handled her rear leg compared to the one we win the class with, but a nice pair of fall ewe lambs in their own right.
Placing on the Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to entry number 327, Jacobson 2206, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Second place to entry 326, Jacobson 2205, also Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California.
For your senior champion, Monadale Ewe. For me today, I think it comes down to a pretty logical choice. I'm going to stick with my two fitted yearling ewes. They'll be your senior champion and reserve senior champion.
Senior Champion Ewe for the Monadale show goes to the first place fitted Yearling Ewe, entry number 20, Rhodes 2133, My Monadale's Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. The reserve senior champion was second in that fitted Yearling Ewe class, entry 15, Smith 2112, Ethan Smith, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
Hello. Yeah, I am. In our Shetland yearling ewes, as in most breeds, this is the real heart blood of any breed is your yearling ewes, and we've just got 14. I think it is really nice yearling ewes on it. There's just things I like about all of them, particularly these top 5. The ewe we're going to start with, again, I think is the most complete ewe. She's not quite the biggest ewe, and I'm not looking for the biggest ewe in any breed on it, but she's solid behind those shoulders. She's wide in the loin. She carries out where she needs to. From that end of it, just has a beautiful uniform fleece on it with the crimp just anywhere you want to go. Soft. The second ewe, these longer ones, you just have to appreciate the luster in those fleeces. Our second ewe doesn't have quite the uniformity in her fleece, but boy, it's a beautiful lustrous fleece. Same way with the little lamb we've got in third on it, not showing quite the size and scale, but a very excellent fleece from front to rear when you get down in it. Same thing down here. We've got a couple ewes that they vary some in their fleece. They don't handle quite as good behind the shoulders on it, but they're certainly acceptable. All the way down, we've just got some really nice fleeces down through here that are usable and uniform. We've got some that give up a little in their size and scale. You don't want to get too close to that guy on it, but they're very nice ewes and are just an excellent class exhibitors to be commended on.
Ewe Lamb I'm going to start with today. I think by far she walks away with this class. She's the soundest and most complete of anything we got in class. When you get her into motion, she wins this deal pretty handily for me. She takes a long stride. She stays real true in her stride. When you get your hands on her, she's thick. She's real round and robust in her rib cage. Real like that about her. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder where it needs to. Like I said, she just wins this class pretty handily for me. The ewe lamb in second, maybe a little stouter bodied when you get up over top of her. A ewe lamb that shortens up just a tick, but a ewe lamb, when I get her into motion, doesn't handle her rear leg quite as well as the ewe lamb that we win the class with. That's like where I'd like to change her. If we can do that and lengthen her out a nickel, we can get around to one that we win the class with. A really pretty profile in ewe lamb that comes next in line. A ewe lamb that when you get back and start analyzing her, I'm not sure she's got enough rib cage to her. Not sure if she's got enough depth of body compared to the two contemporaries right in front of her. A ewe lamb, and when you get her into motion, she narrows up at the ground. She wants to get lower at the point of her shoulder when you put her into motion. That's where I got to change her to get around the ones in front of her. Come into next in line, a really long-bodied ewe lamb. It's real big, upscaled ewe lamb. It's super goosey up through her front end. where I got to change this ewe lambs off both ends when you put her into motion. I need to change her and relax her in her top line quite a bit for me today to move her up any higher. And then we round out the class with a ewe lamb. Excuse me. We round out the class with just a really nice complete ewe lamb. Just not near enough of her today compared to the ones that are above her, but just super. She's sound, she's complete. Just a real nice fundamental female. Just a really nice class of ewe lambs.
Placing on the Yearling Ewe class for the Shetlands, first place goes to entry number 34, Pee Wee Ewes Envy, Rachel Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to entry 23, Liberty Acres, Cry Harris, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry 24, Snack Size Sheep, Cecilia Parsons, Ducor, California. 4 to entry 26, Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Fifth place to 31, Larry Hopkins. 6 to entry 28, M&M Wonder Pets, Mackenzie and Madison Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. 7 to 25, Snack Size Sheep, Cecilia Parsons, Ducor, California. 8 to 35, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 9 to 32, Evelyn Mackenzie and Parker Madison, Whitestown, Indiana. And 10th place to 27, Mackenzie Madison Eisenhower, Bialk, Whitestown, Indiana. Placing on the Monadale January Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 31, Miller 2252, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. Second to entry number 34, Miller 2251, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. Third to 35, Jared Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4 to 328, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. 5 to 30, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And 6 to 32, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the Shetland pair of Yearling Ewe class, first place goes to Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third place to Snack Size Sheep, Cecilia Parsons, Ducor, California. 4 to Parker Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. 5 to Mackenzie Madison Eisenhower, Bialk, Whitestown, Indiana. 6 to Evelyn Mackenzie and Parker Madison, Whitestown, Indiana. And 7 to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana.
once again here in, I guess, be the late Ewe Lamb class. Ewe Lamb, I think she just excels this class for me today. She's really pretty about her head and her points. Ewe Lamb is real elegant up through her front third of her body. You get up her top of her, she got plenty of turn to her rib. I really like she's big, flat loin, and comes out in a really big, flat hip. Ewe Lamb, where she excels at classes, once again, when you get her into motion, she gets out and wants to move, travel real free and easy. I really like that about her. For me today, she's got to win this class. Ewe Lamb in second, maybe appears to be a little bit smoother in her shoulder, but she is. But when you get your hands on her, there's not near as much turn to the rib to this Ewe Lamb compared to the one that we start the class with. When you get your hands on her, she shortens up a little bit from her 13th rib back compared to our class winner 2. But another Ewe Lamb, but when you get her into motion, she's got to be 1 or 2 for me today because she just gets around the ring so free and easy. The Ewe Lamb here in third, really pretty Ewe Lamb. When she's propped up, she's an easy second for me today. Where I have a problem with her is I get her into motion. She wants to get high on her spine, doesn't want to handle her rear legs near as well as the 2 contemporaries right above her. For me today, she's got to stand third. Ewe Lamb here in fourth, another Ewe Lamb once again, and the same thing I can say about her. Ewe Lamb, she's really long-sided. She's real nice in her body cavity and up through her front third of her body. When you get her into motion, I need to change the tilt to her hip. I need to change her rear leg placement to get her up any higher in class. When you get her into motion, she wants to get tucked up under. She wants to drop her from her hooks to her pins pretty bad. We need to change that about her to get her any higher. Round out the class, the top 5. The Ewe Lamb is super long-bodied. When you get up over 2, up over 0, there's not near as much turn to her ribs. She doesn't have as much body capacity. I think she lightens up in her bone work a little bit for me. And when you get her into motion, once again, she doesn't handle her rear legs compared to the ones that are above her today.
Placing on the February Ewe Lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to entry number 37, Kuykendall 1208, Kuykendall, Monadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 42, Smith 2204, Joseph Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 41, Kuykendall, Monadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin. 4 to 40, My Monadale's Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. 5 to 329, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Sixth place to entry 50, Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. And 7 to 38, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
But our senior Ewe Lamb class, We've got a pair of lambs, I think, that floats to the top pretty easily. We're going to start with the lamb. It's got, you know, the most uniformity in the fleece. Both these first two are just very lustrous fleeces when you get your hands on them, to their feel and to the view. First lamb just a little more uniform down through that breech, just a little bit more size and scale. You have to like both of those, the way they you get down through that wool and get a feel on it, the way their head and shoulders flow down through there on it. They're just very well made. We get a lamb here in third that the fleece lightens up quite a bit as far as character on it. It's reasonably uniform. It just doesn't have quite the luster to it. And we got a lamb that's a nice fleeced lamb. She's given up a little in her size and pattern today to come on up. She'll catch up. And we got a lamb back here that you really have to like the luster in that fleece, but it does vary some, a little bit too much to suit me from front to rear in the grade. But 5 really nice lambs, and we've got some more down here that have got nice fleeces. They don't have quite the character, and some of them, in 1 or 2, give up a little bit of their size, but they're going to be usable yearling ewes.
Placing on the early spring ewe lamb class for the Shetland show, first place to entry 39, Pee Wee Ewes Cassia, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to 42, Chai 33-0699, Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third place to 38, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to 44, Evelyn McKenzie and Parker Madison, MIB, Whitestown, Indiana. 5 to entry 37, Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 6 to 43, Emma Hopkins, Lebanon, Indiana. 7 to 40, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. And 8 to 41, Elise Koning, Bloomingdale, Indiana.
Over here on the Monadale side, I think we got a top pair that are really, really close. You can mix them up however you'd like. For me today, I'm going to take a little added substance of bone, a little more turned or rib, a little more stoutness maybe compared to the one that we land on in second. The ewe lamb in front, really extended. I really like the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She comes straight up out of the top of that shoulder. She's really smooth and down through that lower part of her shoulder. When you get your hands on her, she is massive down that top and out through that loin and her hip. Ewe lamb, when you get her into motion, she doesn't disappoint you one bit. She's really true at the hock, stays on a nice, even and long stride. I just think this one's a really good one to start with. The ewe lamb in second. Another ewe lamb that gets around the ring. She really glides. You can get her out and go as fast as you want. I believe she'd just take as long a stride as you'd want, and she'd stay true at the ground. For me today, just not near enough of her compared to the one we start with. When you get your hands on her, she gets narrows up a little bit. She shortens up a little compared to our class winner from her flank to flank. We can lengthen her out a little bit. I think she really pushes the top one. But them are two exceptional females, probably the best two we've had in class yet today. Then we come into the ewe lamb here in third, a ewe lamb that's a little longer sided. A ewe lamb that, for me, when you get her into motion, another ewe lamb, she handles her feet plenty well, but she wants to get a little bit, hawks in a little when you get her into motion. If we can change that compared to the two right in front of her, we can move her up in line. We come into a bigger statured ewe lamb that's real pretty from the profile. My problem with this ewe lamb is you get her into motion, she wants to get really high in her spine. Doesn't handle her rear legs near as well as she needs to for me to get her up any higher today. And then once again, we round out the top five with a ewe lamb that's just real complete, real functional kind of female. I'd maybe change her off her rear pasterns for me today just a little bit to get her up any higher today. Just give a lot more of her body and muscling to get her up any higher today also.
Placing on the March class of Monadale Ewe Lambs, first place to entry number 44, Kuykendall 1216, Kuykendall Monadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second to 43, Smith 2206, Ethan Smith, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 46, Jared Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4 to 36, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. And 5 to entry 45, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Six-year ewe lamb class here on the Monadale side. The ewe lamb I'm going to start with, she gets a little smoother down her top line. She stays truer when you get her into motion. I'll be first to grant there's not near as much of her as the one we got in second. The one in second really rounding her, got a lot of turn to her rib. A ewe lamb that's really thick down her top and out through her loin. I'd like to sure just change her a little bit from her hook stir pins compared to our class winner to get her up any higher today. Thank you.
As we get down to our younger lambs, we've got two lambs that just float to the top for me. They're very similar in their pattern. We're gonna start with the lamb that doesn't maybe carry out quite as square in that rump as the second lamb, but she's just got a lot of luster to that fleece. They both do, but the first fleece a little more uniform. And you just really have to appreciate the heads and the breed type on these two lambs. I mean, they just perky when they come out. They just, you know, they want to look at you, and it just catches your eye. But just a really nice pair. Ewe in third gives up some in her size and scale, as does the fourth ewe, but very nice lustrous fleeces. Not quite as uniform, but they've sure got that feel to it. Same way with the two lambs down here. They shorten up in their pattern a little bit. Fleeces don't have quite the uniformity, but they certainly have the luster, and you can tell they've been fed and cared for in order to get those fleeces in that condition. Some very nice young lambs.
Placing on the Slickshorn class of Monadale ewe lambs, first place went to entry 49, Gann 2707, Ryan Gann, Leaf River, Illinois. Second place to entry number 47, Clayman 22016, Jared Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Placing on the class of late spring ewe lambs for the Shetland show, first place to entry 45, Liberty Acres, Parsnip, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 48, Liberty Acres, Petals, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to 47, Evelyn McKenzie and Parker Madison, MIB, Whitestown, Indiana. 4 to 46, Madison Bialk, Whitestown, Indiana. 5 to 49, Mackenzie, Madison, Eisenhower, Bialk, Whitestown, Indiana. And 6 to entry 50, Parker Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Monadale show, first place goes to Kuykendall Monadales, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second to Greg Miller. Bruce, South Dakota. Third place to Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Fourth, Jared Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. And 5 to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta. For the Shetland show, our class of pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to Evelyn McKenzie and Parker Madison, Whitestown, Indiana. 4 to Parker and Mackenzie Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. And 5 to Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana.
I'm awful happy with these ewe lambs we got out here, the 8 for the junior champion drive. I think we got this is a really nice set of females. If you haven't figured out yet, I like sheep. They got to have some body to them, and they got to be awful sound at the ground. If we don't start at the ground and build them up, then they don't last very long, and they need to. For me today, I got a pair of ewe lambs that I landed on, and I like an awful lot. And when you put them into motion, I think they get out and they glide. I think they stay awful true in their top lines. I think they get out and they're real nice, feminine looking up to their front ends, and they got some extension. I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I like, and then we'll get on to your Grand Champion ewe.
There we are. I want to congratulate our Shetland exhibitors. They brought me out a nice set of sheep, and they've been, really nice and pleasant to work with, and we had a good show. We didn't have any fall lambs in our ewes, which doesn't bother me, but we've got 6 individuals that I think, in my opinion, they're your breed type. They're what you should be looking for in fleeces and uniformity and character, and I like the heads and the breed type and style. They all walk out free. But we'll go out here and we'll congratulate our champions. Yeah. And we're going to use our yearling ewe and come back and use this late spring lamb. I take nothing from the other lamb or the seconds, but these are the 2 that today I think are ready, and that's going to be your champion in reserve.
For our Monadale show, our junior champion was first place March ewe lamb, entry 44, Kuykendall 1216, Kuykendall, Monadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion, entry 31 out of the January ewe lamb class, Miller 2252, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. Placing on the championship drive for ewes down in the Shetland ring, our champion goes to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 34, Pee Wee Ewes Envy, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. The reserve champion goes to our first place in the late spring ewe lamb class. Entry 45, Liberty Acres Parsnip, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Now showing best fleece on hoof, base fleece on hoof for the Shetlands.
I'm not going to drag out this real long. I think we got 4 really good individuals out here. I think they represent the Monadale breed real well. They're just nitpicking a few pieces, and you can land where you want to go. For me today, I think there's 2 that fit together awful well. I think they're really sound and they're real complete, and they get out and they travel real well, yet they're real showy from the side. I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I really care about, or I really like, and we'll have you a grand in reserve.
For our Monadale show, our Grand Champion Ewe for the National Monadale Show is entry number 44. Our Junior Champion out of the March Ewe Lamb class, Kuykendall 1216. Kuykendall, Monadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin. And they received the Ann Gregory Trophy, given in recognition of a lifetime of service to the Monadale Sheep Breeders Association as its secretary. The Reserve Grand Champion Ewe was entry number 31. Our Reserve Junior Champion out of the January class, Miller 2252, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. We're now ready for the flock class. Merino exhibitors, you will be in ring 2. You will be in ring 2. For the best fleece on hoof for the Shetland show, it goes to Evelyn and Mackenzie and Parker Madison, Whitestown, Indiana, with M.M. Wonder Pets Ringy. Placing on the flock class for the Monadales, first place to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Our premier exhibitor for the Monadale show was Cody Jacobson of La Grande, California. That does conclude our Monadale show. Our judge has been Jeff Rapaski of Minnesota. And for our Shetland show, our premier exhibitor was Rachel Levitt of Parker City, Indiana. Placing on the flock class for the Shetlands, first place went to Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Larry Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to Mackenzie Eisenhower, Whitestown, Indiana. Four to Evelyn McKenzie Parker and Madison Maine of Whitestown, Indiana. And five to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Our Shetland judge today has been John Merlau of Indiana. We're about ready to begin our Merino show. Your first class will be Yearling Rams. Merino Yearling Rams will be that first class. We'll give this group that's coming behind me just a little more time to get down to the south end of the show ring before we call that first class to the ring. Do want to introduce our judge for today. Our judge for the Merino show today is Dave Smith of Earl Park, Indiana. Dave is a grain and livestock farmer. He's also a direct marketer of lamb. They currently have Katahdins, and he's also the buying rep for Mid-States Wool. Dave formerly raised Columbias and several other wool breeds. He and I have known each other for a number of years since our days at Purdue, and we have stories that we could tell about each other, but we'll pass on that at this time.
for having me out. Oh, wrong spot. Definitely the wrong spot. Thank you for having me out here today. Greatly appreciate it. Good set of Merino Rams to start with. We've got 4 very good Rams up here. The 5th Ram, no slouch, just not quite the Fleece quality we've got right up on top end. For Ram up here in first, a Ram that's got a little more to him. He's got some thickness, he's got some meat and some mass, got enough spring to his rib. Very, very nice fleece, good character to it, good density. Just a very attractive, very complete, very well balanced kind of a Ram. Moves out very well, just kind of ties together in a good place to start. Ram in second's a Ram that just, for me personally, excels the fleece. This excels the class in terms of his fleece. Tremendous character, beautiful, very even, tremendous density. Just not the sheep that we've got. You get your hands on him, there's not quite enough in terms of overall volume and mass at this point, but if you're looking for the good fleece Ram in here, there's no question he's the one that slides to the top. Come up with a Ram in third, a very high volume, very complete kind of a Ram a little plainer fleece than what we've got right up on the top end, but a Ram that's, again, it's got good density, it's very even as you go across the side. A Ram that handles with some thickness and mass, some depth of body, some spring to his rib, got some bone, just a good kind of a sheep. Another pretty Ram here in fourth, another well-balanced kind of a Ram. Nice fleece, ties together pretty well, not quite the muscle we got in the Ram right above him, not quite the volume. Doesn't have the exceptional fleece of the real right up there on the top, kind of slides in here to fourth, but 4 good Rams at the top of this class.
Placing on the Merino Yearling Ram class, first place to entry number 1, Mendenhall 20119, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second place to entry number 4, LE 116, Larry Edmondson, Loma Rica, California. Third to entry number 2, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 4 to entry 3, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. And 5 to entry 5, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio.
Nice set of rams we've got here. Ram I'm starting with is a ram just very, very flashy, very attractive. He's probably the definite show sheep of the bunch. He's got that extension up through his front end. His shoulders lay in correctly. He moves out with a long free stride. He's up on his toes. Combine that with an even fleece, it's definitely fine enough. It maybe doesn't have quite the attractiveness in some of the character or some of the others out here, but I think it's plenty good enough as a combination sheep to slide him to the top of this class. I like the length of body on this second place ram, a ram that's just a bit finer in his fleece than the first one, maybe just but again, a very good even fleece. It doesn't necessarily excel the rest of the class like like what I had in some other classes, but it's a good fleece, a good solid kind of a sheep. He's sound, he's long in his stride. He fits up in the top end very easily. The ram we've got here in third, a little different type. A little shorter in stature, a little rounder in his structure. He's very thick, he's very deep, he handles well. He's got a lot of meat in him. He's definitely the plainest fleece of the rams up here on the top end. Doesn't have quite the color and character of what I've got on the other two, but a ram that is sound enough and complete enough to go ahead and belong the top end. I like the outline of this fourth place ram, a good big growthy kind of a ram, not quite as sound on his feet, not quite as free and easy in his stride, but a ram that you got to appreciate the pounds and the growth that he possesses. Again, nice set of sheep.
Placing on the Merino class of senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 12, Scott 2642, Diller Sheep Farm, Herod, Ohio. Second place to entry number 9, Mendenhall 21160, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third place to entry 15, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 8, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to entry 7, Thomas Lawther, Asheville, Ohio. 6th place to entry number 14, Thomas Cruz, Sycamore, Ohio. Pardon me, that's Kraus. And 7th, entry 13, Diller Sheep Farm, Herod, Ohio. 8th place to entry 10, Amy Schroeder, Macomb, Ohio. And 9 to entry 11, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California.
Again, very nice class of Rams. We've got a Ram up here on top. He's a Ram that's probably as smooth and fluid in his movement. He's up on his toes. He's got a very nice fleece to him. He's for straight down his top. Not necessarily a super thick, deep kind of a Ram, but a Ram that has enough mass working for him, enough overall volume. Combine that with a nice fleece and extension up through his front end, and he kind of fits up in here on this top end. The Ram in second's a Ram I really appreciate in terms of his overall depth and volume and mass. I like his extra bone. He's not quite as strong on his pasterns at here today as we've got in that first individual, but again, I like him in terms of his overall length of stride and his movement. I do appreciate him. Just a little plainer fleece than what I've got in this first individual today. Going to slide him into second, and for that reason. I really like the extension, the size, the pattern of this third place Ram, a Ram that, again, he's longer in his side than some of the others. Handles more length back through his hind saddle than some of the others. Again, nice sort of a fleece, not necessarily an eye catcher, but it's definitely falls within the breed standards, definitely acceptable. Just not quite as free and easy as movement, not quite as long in his stride as what I got on the two Rams right above him. Fourth place Ram, nice place, nice complete kind of a sheep, just not quite, doesn't have quite the overall body mass when you handle him. Again, a little plainer fleece, doesn't have quite the overall size to move up today.
Placing on the early junior Ram class for the Merinos, first place to entry 18, Mendenhall 22005, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second place to entry 20, Gadsby 2246, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 17, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, and 4 to Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio on entry 19.
Interesting classes. You can take these top four and you could probably place them a different direction and discuss them. And I think I can most logically come up with this placing in my own mind. We've got a ram up here on top, definitely the thicker, better handling ram. A ram that's got some straightness. He's levelness about him. He handles with a big square hip in him. He's got enough meat in him. He's not necessarily the tallest ram out here, but he's by far the best, one of the best balanced rams. He tends to move out very well. He's long and free in his stride. He's got enough extension working for him. He's a little plainer fleece than several of the other rams out here, but it does seem to be very even and handles with a good bit of density to it. Not necessarily the most exciting head on him, but I think it's plenty good enough at this point to go ahead and use him on the top of this class. Just a good, well-balanced, complete kind of a sheep. The ram we've got in second definitely excels him in terms of the fleece at this point. Nice character to it, very attractive kind of fleece. You look across the side, very even, got some density to it. Just doesn't have enough sheep there to go with it. He's a little narrower in his base, doesn't have near the overall thickness of the spring to his rib that I find in that first individual. Just not quite enough to him to get around that first one, but you surely have to appreciate the fleece on him. Go back to a little larger outline kind of a ram here in third, a ram that does handle with some length body overall, but doesn't have quite the thickness, not the depth at this point, what we've got in that first individual. Doesn't have the exceptional fleece of that second one. He's not quite as good on his feet, not quite as long in his stride. But a good sort of a ram, a good complete kind of a ram otherwise, and a ram that, again, I think has some value in terms of a breeding program. Ram in fourth. Ram, it's a bit of a conundrum for me. He's probably one of the best fleece rams out here. Very beautiful fleece as you go across the side, handling tremendous density, tremendous character, beautiful fleece, very attractive. However, a ram that you get your hands on, and there's just not enough to him. He tends to pull himself under as he moves. Tends to pull that hip down as he moves. Not quite as right in his stride as what I've got in the rams right above him. But again, that exceptional fleece you surely have to appreciate and keep him towards the top end in that top half of the class. As you go down the line, some more pretty good rams, just not quite as complete, sound, good a total package as what I felt I had towards that top end.
Placing on the class of late junior Ram Lambs for the Merino Show, first place to entry 29, Gadsby 2250, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 24, LE234, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third place to entry number 25, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 4 to 26, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. 5 to 23, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 6 to entry 22, Lewis Krause, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. 7 to 27, Amy Schroeder, Macomb, Ohio. 8 to 28, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. And 9 to entry 21, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin. Placing on the Merino pair Ram Lambs, first place to Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second place to Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Third place to Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 4 to Lewis Krause, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Alyssa and Dylan Marvin of Wauseon, Ohio.
Again, I've talked about the top end of some of these classes. I think we've got some pretty good kinds of sheep out here. They're pretty solid, they're pretty sound. They're the kind of sheep that I think can work within a breeding program. They may not work in every one, but I think they can work within enough of a variety of situations to where they have some value overall. I've got the Rams out here that I think have some of the better fleeces. They're sound, they're complete. They may not necessarily be the heaviest bone. They're not necessarily the biggest bodied, but that's not necessarily what you want in Merino. You want a nice, complete kind of a sheep with a good fleece, and I think that's where it can go. In terms of trying to pick the one flashy, what I think is the show sheep out of the whole thing, the sheep that I really liked in terms of calling that in class, I've called him that several times, I found out. Good straight kind of a ram, good fleeced, very pretty head, very attractive. That's your fall ram lamb. He'll be your champion today. Coming back for reserve, again, it's a pretty good set of rams. I'm going to go ahead and use this yearling ram. I surely appreciate the soundness, completeness, and the balance that he has.
For the Merino show, our champion ram goes to the first place senior ram lamb, entry number 12, Scott 2642, Diller Sheep Farm, Harrod, Ohio. The reserve champion goes to the first place yearling ram, entry number 1, Mendenhall 20119, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. We're now ready to move into yearling ewes.
You can spend a lot of time looking at the top end of the class and really enjoy it, looking because it's just a high quality set of sheep. They each have some different things that you like and that you prefer, but again, I think that it's just a good set of sheep all the way around. I like this clean made ewe up here on the top. She's got some thickness, she's got some depth. Very nice fleece to her, very even, good density to it. Adequate character, I think just a nice kind of a well-balanced sort of a ewe. She's got enough style and balance working for her, enough flash to make a show sheep, and still got enough overall volume, enough commercial ability to go out and make a living for herself and for whoever she needs to. Ewes in second, third. Ewes with very nice fleeces. Not quite the balance of that first place ewe, not quite the flashiness in terms of being a pure show sheep, but they're just two good, solid, big kind of ewes for the Merino breed. They have enough body to them. They have good, nice enough fleeces. They're just two very, very nice ewes. Kind of fall into that place in second and third. Switch them if you want to. I'm going to opt to use the ewe that I think is just a bit finer in the fleece, the two, but it's a close placing. I like the front end a little better on the second one. It's kind of you just go back and forth, but two good sort of ewes. We come to the fourth place ewe, a ewe with a lot of mass and a lot of volume, a lot of rib in her. Again, nice sort of a fleece to her. Like to clean her up a little bit in terms of excess hide, in terms of a show sheep, but a ewe that, again, there's just too much to her to ignore to get her out of this top end. The ewe in fifth is, and again, that ewe that presents me with a conundrum. She's probably the most beautiful fleece ewe out here in terms of what I would prefer to find. Tremendous character, good staple length, tremendous density, color. It's just so attractive any way you look at it. There's just not enough sheep there to go with it to move her any higher in terms of a show sheep. She's not a well-balanced, complete kind of a sheep, but you have to surely appreciate that kind of a fleece that she possesses. We come down the line here. We've got some more good ewes here. Again, solid ewes, have a lot of potential as brood ewes. I sure appreciate them coming out here. Just not quite the flash, the completeness of what I had right up in the top end. Good set of ewes top to bottom.
Placings for the Yearling Ewe class of the Merino show. First place goes to entry number 49, Calvert 2114, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second place to 36, Mendenhall 20154, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third to 37, LE 108, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fourth place to entry 30, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 47, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. 6th place to entry 33, Thomas Lother, Asheville, Ohio. 7 to entry number 48, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. 8 to 38, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 9 to 52, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. And 10 to 42, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the Merino Pair Yearling Ewe class, first place goes to Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second place to Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Third place, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 4, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And fifth place, Lewis Krause, Sycamore, Pennsylvania.
Again, a very nice set of ewe lambs. I'm going to start a ewe lamb with tremendous balance. She's got more width and thickness and overall dimension working for her. A ewe with a nice sort of a fleece. Again, it's very even as you go across the side. Tremendous density to it. Not necessarily as eye-catching in terms of color, but again, the character I think is there, and definitely an attractive, big high-volume kind of a ewe that you surely have to appreciate. I do appreciate the fleece on this second place ewe. I think that's definitely the little more desirable. It's a little more desirable in terms of the character, in terms of the color. Just, however, there just isn't quite enough sheep to get around this one right. It doesn't have quite the volume, doesn't have quite the bone working for her. But again, a nice extended kind of a ewe that just sort of slides up in this top end. The ewe in third is another high-quality individual. Again, nice sort of a fleece to her. She doesn't have quite the overall mass. The first ewe doesn't have the exceptional fleece of the second. Just sort of fits here into that third spot, and another good kind of a ewe that you could surely utilize in a breeding program in terms of being a solid, sound individual with enough good pieces to go ahead and use her in a program. The ewe in fourth, another attractive kind of a ewe, not quite as long in her stride as the ewe up here on top, but a ewe that, again, she's sound enough and complete enough and overall, doesn't handle the overall mass of a couple of others, not quite the exceptional fleece, but she's so good and so well balanced that she belongs towards this top third of the class. Fifth place ewe, another attractive ewe in terms of the fleece. She excels some of the other ewes out here, just not quite enough sheep once you get your hands on her.
Placing on the Merino class of senior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 54, MCB 1418, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 55, Mendenhall 21124, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third place to entry number 53, Thomas Lowther, Asheville, Ohio. 4 to 51, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 62, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Sixth place to 57, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Seventh place to 60, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. 8 to 61, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 9 to 56, Thomas Lowther, Asheville, Ohio. And 10 to 59, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
Again, an interesting class up here in the top end. We've got a good set of sheep all the way through. The ewe that I'm starting with is the one that the more I study her, the more I like her. She's just a well-balanced kind of a sheep. No real holes in her. She's straight. She's level. She's as feminine as anything out here, moves as well as anything out here. Just a nice, complete kind of a sheep. She gives up a few pounds to several others. She's got a very even kind of a fleece. It's got good character to it. It's got good density to it. It's pretty even as you go front to rear. I think she's just as complete and well-balanced ewe as I can find in this class. Ewe in second, I really like in terms of her overall mass and volume. There's more to her. She's pounds heavier than this first place ewe. However, her fleece is just a little plainer. She's got some extension up through her front end. She's got some rib and depth and expansion to her. However, they're just not quite the total balance that I felt I had in that first individual. The third is a show sheep. She's very attractive. She's very feminine up through that front end. I really like that way she ties together. A little plainer in her fleece than what I feel I had up in that top one. However, she's just a nice kind of a ewe and belongs again up in this top end of this class. Ewe in fourth, the ewe that doesn't handle with quite as much to her. Again, I like the fleece on her. She's just not quite enough sheep. You'd like to clean her up just a little bit. A few things that would make her a little more desirable to me here today. I'm going to go ahead and use her up in fourth. Appreciate her as a top half of the class, just not complete enough to move any higher. Ewe in fifth, a very attractive individual, very typey, very stylish, nice sort of a fleece on her, just not enough to her at this point. She's very green yet. Give her some time those days on feed, she's going to be a very, very competitive kind of a sheep.
Results from the early junior ewe lamb class for the Merino show. First place goes to entry number 64. Walnut Creek Yacht Club 0601-18. Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Second place to entry 70. Gadsby 2224. Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Third place to 71, Diller Sheep Farm, Herod, Ohio. 4 to 68, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 5 to 69, Diller Sheep Farm, Herod, Ohio. 6 to 66, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 67, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. And 8 to entry 65, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio.
Really a tough sword up in the top end of this class. You've got three very, very good ewe lambs. You have to appreciate each one of them in their own individual right. We've got a ewe lamb up here. Yeah, she's got just a little more hide. It's got to be covered up, but she's got so nice and smooth and feminine up through her front end. She's got a nice sort of a fleece to her. She's got extension up through that front end. She's well wooled all the way down her legs. She carries that very, very nice fleece throughout. She's just a good sort of a solid merino ewe. I think, yeah, is she going to be the biggest ewe in the pile? I don't know. She's still going to have plenty enough size. She's going to have enough growth. She shows me enough indicators. She's going to be a pretty good kind of a sheep. The ewe in second, ewe excels her a bit in terms of the fleece. She's very, again, a very pretty sort of a fleece to it. Just not quite enough sheep yet, but I do like her length of body. I like her length of stride. Maybe not quite as smooth at this point in her stride as what we've got in that first individual, but belongs right up here in this top pair. The ewe in third, a very well balanced ewe, a ewe that again she's not quite as smooth in her movement as the top two, but I think it's plenty good enough to go ahead and run up here to this top end. She's got enough thickness in her mass and overall volume completeness to where you surely have to appreciate that. Combine that with a nice sort of a fleece, and she belongs right up in the top end. Fourth place ewe, the large outlined ewe, pounds heavy ewe in this class. I appreciate the growth and the overall volume. She's probably got everybody beat out here by several pounds. She's still youthful enough to where I definitely think she belongs in this particular age group. Very attractive kind of a ewe. You appreciate all that she's got working for. However, just a plainer kind of a fleece. And in terms of a merino show, would prefer to see a little more attractive fleece as compared to those top few. But a good enough kind of a ewe, and you sure got to like that overall growth in pounds, and she's got some value in terms of a breeding program. Ewe in fifth, another attractive individual, just giving up some size and scale. There's some right up on the end, doesn't have quite the expressive fleece we got in the second one, just sort of belongs up here in this top end and just sort of slides right into that fifth hole.
Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for our Merino show, first place to entry number 81, Gadsby 2255, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 75, Larry Edmondson's 235, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third to entry number 78, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. 4 to 76, Lewis Krause, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. 5 to 72, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 6 to 74, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 7th place to 77, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 8 to entry 79, Amy Schroeder, Macomb, Ohio. And 9 to entry number 80, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the class a pair of ewe lambs for the Merinos. First place to Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second place, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third place, Diller Sheep Farm, Harrod, Ohio. 4 to Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to Lewis Kraus, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. 6th place to Thomas Lowther, Asheville, Ohio. And 7 to Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
Realizing that we're winding down here and that there's very little separating this from the Supremes and then out the door, I'll keep it short. I talked about them in class. I like this set of ewes. This is as good a set of Merino ewes as I think I've run across in quite some time. Depth in the classes, good sheep all the way down, useful sheep all the way down. Something to start with every class, something you could kind of like. Again, you might disagree with me. That's fine. Pick your own, whatever you prefer. For your Champion Reserve Champion ewes today, I'm going to use out of a really tough Yearling Ewe class for the Champion Reserve ewes. 2 very good ewes, good representatives for the Merino breed today.
Our champion ewe goes to entry number 49, our first place animal out of the Yearling Ewe class, Calvert, 2114, Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion ewe was second in that Yearling Ewe class, entry number 36, Mendenhall, 20154, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. We are now ready for Best Fleeced Merino. Best Fleece Merino. That's Rams or Ewes. Best Fleece Merino would be your next class, and then that'll be followed by the flock class. Our best fleeced merino goes to entry number 47 out of the Yearling Ewe class, ACM Airly 2110, Laurel Stone of Veneta, Oregon. As the stewards collect the placings on the flock class, we do want to announce our premier exhibitor for the Merino show is Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Placing on the flock class from the Merino show. First place goes to Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second place to Tim Gadsby, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Third place, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 4, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 5, Lewis Krause, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. And sixth place, Allison and Dylan Alyssa and Dylan Marvin of Wauseon, Ohio. That does conclude our Merino show. Our judge has been Dave Smith of Indiana.